Welcome to What If Sleepstorian, soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight, and, if you wish, what's on your mind. I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe will help me make more Nightbound stories, and if you'd like to support even further, you can buy me a coffee through the link in the description. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. In the gathering dusk of a November evening in 1896, when London's fog rolled through the streets like a living thing seeking shelter, there was a draught in the sitting room of 221B Baker Street. It was not a dramatic gust, nor the sort of wind that rattles windows or makes a man grip his collar. It was something far more insidious. It was the kind of draught that announced itself not all at once, but in small, persistent whispers, in the gentle trembling of a candle flame, in the slight chill that bloomed along one's neck when one sat still too long. It was, in short, the sort of draught that would eventually drive a man to distraction. The man in question was Sherlock Holmes, and he was playing the violin. The instrument sang beneath his bow with the melancholy of a winter evening, a piece by some baroque master whose name mattered less than the emotion wrung from the strings. Holmes's eyes were closed, his tall frame angled toward the fire with the precision of a man who had spent years coaxing every ounce of feeling from an inanimate object. His fingers moved along the fingerboard with the grace of a pianist or perhaps a surgeon, though in Holmes' case the distinction was often blurred. The music itself was beautiful, mournful, the sort of thing that made one think of snow falling on empty parks and the slow cooling of the world into winter's grip. But then, there it was again, that draught. Holmes's bow faltered, only slightly, barely perceptible to the untrained ear, but it was there nonetheless. The candle on the mantelpiece flickered, as if something invisible had passed before it. Holmes opened one eye, the grey gaze sweeping across the sitting room of 221B Baker Street, with the precision of a man cataloguing a crime scene, his sitting room, his sanctuary, the place where for years now he had retreated from the chaos of London to the ordered serenity of his own thoughts. He resumed playing, but his concentration was fractured. The melody continued, but the heart had gone out of it, replaced by a mechanical precision that was technically flawless and utterly soulless. Dr. John Watson, seated in his familiar armchair beside the fire, noticed the change immediately. Watson was a man of habit and observation. Decades of military service in Afghanistan had honed in him a certain alertness, and his years with Holmes had refined it into something approaching useful. He watched the detective over the rim of his newspaper, which he had been reading with the sort of desultory attention that one gives to accounts of minor crimes and society gossip when one has nothing better to do on a November evening. The fire crackled in the hearth, a warm amber sound that seemed to fold itself around the room like a protective embrace. The gas lamps had been lit hours ago, casting their gentle, yellowish glow across the furniture. The two leather armchairs, worn comfortable by years of use, the Turkish rug with its deep reds and golds, the bookshelves that rose floor to ceiling on nearly every wall, crammed with volumes in no order that Watson had ever been able to discern, though Holmes seemed to find any reference he needed in mere moments. Above the mantelpiece, a Persian slipper filled with tobacco sat at jaunty angles beside a collection of odds and ends. A broken magnifying glass, several letters pinned with a knife, a telegram folded to precise creases. The sitting room of 221B Baker Street was, in its way, a museum of the detective's life and habits, every object placed not for decoration, but for utility, accessibility, or cryptic significance that only Holmes could fully explain. Watson lowered his newspaper slightly. "Holmes," he said, his voice warm with the peculiar fondness that comes from long years of companionship, "you've played that passage 7 times now. The 7th repetition was, if I may be so bold, marginally worse than the 6th. Holmes opened his eyes fully and lowered the violin, though he did not set it down. "The draught," he said, as if this explained everything. "Did you feel it?" "I felt a slight coolness," Watson admitted, folding his newspaper with deliberate care, though perhaps Mrs. Hudson had opened a window downstairs. It is November, after all. Fresh air is generally considered advisable. "I am not concerned with general advisability, Watson. I am concerned with specificity. A draught interrupting a man's playing is not merely cool air, it is a breach in the integrity of this room's atmosphere. Someone, or something, is introducing an uninvited circulation of air into this space. Holmes set the violin aside with the tenderness one might show a sleeping child, and rose from his seat. His dressing gown, a purple velvet affair that had seen better days and likely would see worse, swirled around him as he moved. That draught emanated from the eastern corner, Watson. Did you notice it? Watson had not, of course. But he made a non-committal sound, which Holmes seemed to interpret as agreement, for he was already moving toward the window in question. Outside, London was settling into its evening rhythms. The street below, Baker Street, was alive with the peculiar energy of a November dusk. Hansom cabs rattled past with their wheels slick from the earlier rain, their drivers hunched into their coats, the horse's breath misting in the cold air. Gas lamps flickered to life along the street, casting pools of orange light that were quickly swallowed by the encroaching fog. The fog, that great equalizer of London, was rising from the Thames, creeping through the streets with the deliberation of a phantom, obscuring the less savoury districts and lending an air of mystery to the ordinary. Somewhere in the distance a church bell rang the half-hour. Somewhere closer, a flower girl's voice called out, thin and reedy, hawking the last of her day's blooms. It was, Watson thought with a kind of weary acceptance, exactly the sort of London evening that precedes something, though what, he could not have said. Holmes examined the window with meticulous care, running his long fingers along the frame, testing the latch, checking the sills for dust or disturbance. "The frame is secure," he murmured. "No gaps here. The sill shows no sign of recent tampering. And yet—" He pressed his cheek close to the glass, observing at an angle that would have seemed absurd to anyone but Watson. "The draught is not from this window." "Then where?" Watson asked, though he suspected the answer was coming regardless of his question. "That, my dear Watson, is precisely what I intend to discover." Holmes turned from the window with the decision made, the way he always made decisions, as if action was the only reasonable response to curiosity. He moved to the fireplace, crouching before it with surprising grace for a man of his height and angular build. He peered up the chimney, his face briefly illuminated by the firelight, all sharp angles and focused intensity. "Not the chimney," he said, his voice echoing slightly from within the flue, "though there is soot enough here to suggest Mrs. Hudson's chimney sweep was here at least 3 months ago and has not returned since." He withdrew his head, dusting his hair with a grimace. "The draught is not there." Watson, who had risen from his chair to observe these investigations, found himself smiling slightly despite his best efforts to remain impassive. "Holmes, is it possible you are imagining a draught that is, for all practical purposes, insignificant? We are in London in November. Draughts are rather the rule than the exception." "I am not imagining it," Holmes said sharply, though there was no heat in his tone. "My violin was imagining nothing either. Come, Watson, even you must have observed that the fire was behaving oddly." Watson looked at the fire. It seemed, in fact, quite normal to him, a pleasantly burning mass of coal and wood, crackling gently, sending up smoke that bent and swayed through the chimney flue. But now that Holmes mentioned it, he noticed that the flames did seem to flicker more than usual, and the smoke occasionally curled forward into the room rather than up and away. It was subtle, so subtle that one might not notice it unless one were specifically looking for it, but it was there. "You see," Holmes said, following Watson's gaze, "the fire betrays a disturbance in the room's atmosphere. Air is entering, from somewhere, creating a pressure differential that affects the chimney drawer. Quite elementary, really, when one simply observes what is before one's eyes." "Elementary," Watson repeated dryly. "Pray continue with your investigation, then. I confess I am curious where this remarkable draught originates." Holmes spent the next quarter-hour examining the room with methodical precision. He checked the door to the hallway, running his fingers along the frame and the hinges, testing the seal against the draught of his hand. He examined the skirting boards, looking for gaps or looseness. He peered behind the furniture, checking that no windows had been inadvertently opened. He even at one point stood in the centre of the room with his eyes closed, turning slowly like a compass seeking true north, as if he could somehow divine the draught's origin through sheer force of will. Watson watched this display with the affection of long familiarity. This was Holmes in his element, not chasing criminals through the streets or confounding Scotland Yard with his deductions, but instead engaged in the patient, methodical work of puzzlement. In these moments, Watson understood why the man had chosen the life of a consulting detective. It was not the glamour or the intellectual achievement that drove Holmes, but rather this, the simple, profound satisfaction of solving a mystery. "There," Holmes said suddenly, standing before the window seat that ran beneath the eastern windows. "Watson, do you see?" Watson moved closer, his eyes following the detective's pointing finger. Holmes was indicating the wooden frame of the window seat, where upon closer inspection one could indeed see a slight warping of the wood. Nothing dramatic, nothing that would draw attention, unless one was specifically looking for it, but a warping nonetheless. "The wood is bent outward slightly," Holmes continued, his voice taking on the peculiar satisfaction of a man explaining his own deduction. "Someone, at some point, applied pressure from inside this seat. There is a board here, Watson, that does not belong, or rather, that belongs, but not in its current position." Holmes kneeled before the window seat and began running his hands along the wooden panels. After a moment, his fingers caught on what appeared to be a slight seam. He applied pressure, and with a soft click that seemed impossibly loud in the quiet room, a panel swung inward, revealing not another room, but rather a dark, narrow space, the gap between the walls of 221B Baker Street and the building next door. It was from this gap that the draft emerged, cool and insistent, carrying with it the faint smell of dust and age and something else, something that might have been the smell of another person's home, filtered through brick and plaster and the accumulated grime of years. "Good Lord," Watson breathed. "The building next door," Holmes explained, his eyes glittering with the pleasure of discovery, "is connected to this one through an air vent, probably installed years ago during some renovations and then forgotten by whoever made the alteration. The draft is being drawn through from the neighbouring flat. They must have their windows open, or perhaps there is some other pressure differential at work in their space. The point is that the mystery is solved." He moved his face closer to the opening, and Watson saw his nostrils flare delicately as he inhaled. "Someone has been cooking," Holmes said. "Onions recently and beef. Something with beef. And there is tobacco smoke, though not the sort one typically finds in this neighbourhood. Cheaper blend, domestic, not imported." Watson found himself leaning closer as well, though he could detect nothing but the faint, musty smell of old air. "Come now," Holmes said, moving away from the vent and replacing the wooden panel with a soft click. "Surely you did not believe that this draft existed in isolation, Watson? It was merely the beginning of a much larger puzzle. Someone, somewhere in this building or the next, has allowed their window to open in the evening, or perhaps they are using their fireplace in a way that creates a pressure differential. The draft itself is merely a symptom of a much more interesting question." "And what question is that?" Watson asked, though he suspected he knew the answer. "Why," Holmes said, turning to face his companion with a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth, "is someone in the building next door, someone of modest means, cooking beef and onions on a November evening while the rest of London settles into their suppers? What story, Watson, do you think exists behind that simple fact?" Watson opened his mouth to answer, but at that precise moment the draft shifted slightly, and with it came something new. Not a sound exactly, but the impression of voices, distant and muffled, filtered through brick and plaster and the accumulated secrets of old buildings. The words were indistinct, but the tone was clear. Argument, worry, perhaps even despair. Holmes and Watson exchanged a glance. "Well," Holmes said softly, returning to his violin and tucking it beneath his chin, "the mystery deepens. Come, Watson, let us see what the evening brings. I suspect we are not done with our neighbours just yet." He resumed his playing then, his bow moving across the strings with renewed purpose. But now, Watson noticed, the detective played with his eyes open, directed toward the window seat and the hidden vent beyond. The music that emerged was no longer mournful or introspective, but something different. Something with purpose, with curiosity, with the subtle music of a mind engaging with a puzzle it could not yet perceive, but could definitely sense hovering just beyond the edges of understanding. Outside, London settled more deeply into fog and evening, and the voices behind the wall continued their indistinct argument, unaware that they had been heard, unaware that they had caught the attention of a man who saw mysteries the way other men saw faces in a crowd, not clearly perhaps, but unmistakably present. The draft, that small and seemingly insignificant incursion of cool air, had opened a door, and through that door, though neither man knew it yet, a small story was waiting to unfold, not one of dramatic crime or sensational events, but rather of human frailty, of secrets kept and mistakes made, of the way that truth, like air itself, always finds a way in, eventually. Watson settled back into his chair, his newspaper forgotten, and listened to Holmes play. Outside, the church bell tolled again, marking the passage of time, and the fog pressed closer against the windows of 221B Baker Street, as if the world itself was holding its breath, waiting to see what the night would bring. The morning came to 221B Baker Street as it always did, with gradual increments of grey light pressing through the curtains and the sounds of London stirring to life beyond the windows. The fog had not lifted overnight. It rarely did in November, but rather had settled more deeply, transforming Baker Street into a place that existed somewhere between the mundane world of commerce and carriages and something altogether more ethereal. The bells of distant churches tolled through the murk, counting out the hours with patient inevitability. Somewhere below, in the street, a knife grinder called out his trade, his voice thin and reedy in the fog. Holmes had not slept. Watson knew this with the certainty of long experience. The detective was sprawled in his armchair before the fire, still wearing his dressing gown from the previous evening, now rumpled and dusted with ash from the pipe he had been working through the night. There were 3 such pipes lined up on the small table beside him, all of them emptied and cleaned with the precision of a man who found order even in small rituals. Between the pipes sat a notebook, filled with Holmes' cramped handwriting, incomprehensible to anyone but himself, and occasionally, after much persuasion, to Watson. "You've been at it all night," Watson observed, setting down his medical bag and hanging up his overcoat. He had been out early, attending to a patient in Marylebone, and had returned to find the sitting room exactly as he imagined it would be. "The draft," Holmes said without preamble, as if Watson had never left, as if the entire night had been a continuation of their conversation from the previous evening. His grey eyes were bright with the peculiar intensity that came from prolonged intellectual engagement and complete absence of sleep. "It follows a logical pattern, Watson, not random. Nothing in nature is truly random, though we often lack the framework to perceive the order. But this draft, this is orderly, predictable, mathematical, one might even say." Watson moved to the fire and began warming his hands. The room was cool despite the presence of the hearth, and he found himself thinking of that draft again, that persistent incursion of outside air into the sanctuary of their sitting room. "And what have you determined?" he asked. "That the neighbouring flat has been vacant," Holmes said, gesturing expansively with his pipe, "or at least sparsely occupied until recently. The dust patterns on the sill beneath the vent indicate that the vent itself had been undisturbed for some time. There was a clear demarcation line where the dust ended and the clean wood began, suggesting that someone cleaned or rearranged the area perhaps 2 weeks ago. The voices we heard last night indicate that the current occupants are struggling with some form of financial or domestic distress." Holmes rose from his chair and began to pace, a habit Watson knew well. When Holmes paced, answers were generally forthcoming. The movement seemed to aid his thinking, as if the rhythm of his footsteps somehow synchronized with the rhythm of logical deduction. Furthermore, Holmes continued, the food smells detected last night, onions, beef, combined with the cheaper tobacco, and the fact that the windows were open on a November evening despite the cold, indicates a household attempting to manage on limited means, while simultaneously dealing with some form of stress that has driven them to open their windows despite the cost to their heating. This suggests either a need for fresh air due to confined quarters and too many people, or a desire to dispel an unpleasant smell, smoke, for instance, or the remnants of poor cooking. "All of that from a draft?" Watson asked, settling into his familiar armchair. "All of that from observation, Watson. The draft is merely the messenger. The real story lies in what the draft has carried with it. The scents, the sounds, the evidence of human activity on the other side of that wall." Holmes paused in his pacing before the window, looking out at the fog-shrouded street below. "I propose that we investigate the neighbouring flat more thoroughly. Not through the vent, of course, that would be ungentlemanly, but rather through legitimate inquiry. The building's landlord, for instance, would have records of the tenants. The servants, if the building employs them, would gossip aplenty." "And if they do not wish to be investigated?" Watson asked carefully. He had learned over the years that Holmes's enthusiasm for solving puzzles sometimes outpaced his concern for the comfort or privacy of others. "Then we shall be discreet," Holmes said, which was neither an assurance nor a promise, but something in between. "Come, Watson. First breakfast, and then we shall conduct our investigation. I suspect that Mrs. Hudson has already prepared something downstairs. Her habits are as regular as clockwork, and it is past 8 o'clock. The mention of Mrs. Hudson's name seemed to summon the woman herself, for there came a knock at the door moments later, and their landlady entered with a tray bearing tea, toast, and the remains of what appeared to be an excellent porridge. She was a woman of indeterminate age, possessed of that particular combination of kindness and efficiency that made her invaluable to Holmes and Watson, despite, or perhaps because of, her complete lack of interest in their investigations. "There's a morning for you," Mrs. Hudson said, setting down the tray with brisk efficiency. "The fog is so thick you can barely see the street below. The telegraph boy got lost twice trying to deliver a message. There's milk there if you take it, and the bread is fresh from this morning. I had young Billy from the corner shop fetch it." "Thank you, Mrs. Hudson," Watson said, reaching for a cup of tea. "Tell me, have you noticed any new tenants in the building next door, number 222? Mrs. Hudson paused in the act of straightening the items on the tray. "Number 222, you say? Well, there have been some new folk moved in, yes. Came in about 2 weeks ago, I'd say. Quiet enough, though I heard some raised voices once or twice. I didn't think it was my concern to ask about it. People's business is their own, I always say." Holmes leaned forward with sudden interest. "And what did they appear to be? Servants? Tradespeople? Family?" "Couldn't say for certain," Mrs. Hudson replied, considering. "I didn't get a good look at them. But I did see a young lady once helping an older woman with some parcels. The older woman looked tired. Poor. Wore a widow's veil, if I'm not mistaken. The packages they had weren't the sort of thing wealthy people carry. No fine wrapping, just plain paper and string." After Mrs. Hudson had departed, closing the door behind her with her customary quietness, Holmes and Watson ate breakfast in companionable silence. But it was the sort of silence that Watson knew preceded action, and he was not surprised when, halfway through his second cup of tea, Holmes set down his own cup with decisive finality. "Come along, Watson," Holmes said, rising from his chair. "We shall visit the building manager of number 222. He will have records, I expect, and his professional relationship with his tenants is likely to be less emotionally fraught than those between family members. A man in such a position is often remarkably forthcoming when approached with the right combination of courtesy and apparent official capacity." "And what official capacity shall we claim?" Watson asked, though he was already setting aside his breakfast and reaching for his coat. "We shall claim none," Holmes said, surprising Watson for perhaps the 100th time, despite their years of association. "We shall simply be two gentlemen from the building society next door, conducting a routine inspection of the neighbouring structure on behalf of our insurance provider. The man will either believe us or he will not, but he will answer our questions either way. People are remarkably forthcoming when they believe they are speaking to someone with authority, real or imagined." The building at 222 Baker Street was nearly identical to their own, though it bore the subtle marks of slightly less meticulous maintenance. The steps were swept, but there was a thin film of grime on the railings. The windows were clean, but one of them had a cracked pane that had been repaired with a strip of brown paper. It was the sort of building that housed professional people and middle-class tradespeople. Not the wealthy, but not the poor either. That strange, struggling middle ground of Victorian London society where every penny counted and dignity was maintained through relentless effort and the careful management of appearances. The building manager, when they found him in the basement flat that served as his office and residence, was a man of about 60, with tired eyes and the careful posture of someone who had spent years bending over ledgers and rental agreements. His name was Mr. Thistleton, and he received them with the wary courtesy of a man accustomed to landlords' representatives and their demands. "Number 7 on the second floor," he said, consulting a ledger that appeared to contain the entire history of the building's occupation for the past decade. "I took the flat 2 weeks ago. Current tenants are Mrs. Ashford, her husband Mr. Edmund Ashford, their daughter Miss Eleanor Ashford, and the aforementioned Mr. Ashford's sister, Mrs. Margaret Hutchins, widow, the latter. No children currently in residence, though there are 3 servants on the lease." Holmes and Watson exchanged a glance. It was more information than they had expected to obtain so easily. "And the reason for their relocation to this address?" Holmes asked, adopting the tone of a man conducting an official inquiry. Mr. Thistleton shifted uncomfortably. "Don't rightly know the particulars of it," he said carefully. They came with references, though. The previous landlord spoke well enough of them. Rent is paid on time, or nearly so. There was one late payment, but nothing dramatic. They're respectable people, so far as I can tell. And the late payment? Watson pressed gently. When was that? About a week after they moved in, Mr. Thistleton said. Mrs. Ashford came to me herself and explained there had been a delay with some funds. It happened occasionally, she said, with family matters. Everything was sorted within a fortnight, though. They've been regular since. After extracting a few more minor details about the building's construction and history, a pretense that Holmes maintained with admirable consistency, they departed the building and returned to Baker Street. The fog had, if anything, grown thicker, transforming the street into something resembling a watercolour painting, all soft edges and indistinct shapes. So we have a family, Watson mused as they climbed the stairs to their sitting room, newly arrived in London, residing in a modest flat, and apparently experiencing some form of financial distress. What of it, Holmes? Surely this is not uncommon in London. It is not uncommon, Holmes agreed, but the specifics are interesting. A family with servants suggests a certain level of former wealth or current pretense. Yet they are residing in a flat that requires careful management of finances. The late rent payment suggests either temporary difficulties or deliberate delay, perhaps waiting for some form of payment that did not arrive as expected. He paused before the window seat, looking at the carefully concealed vent. And there is the matter of the voices we heard last night, Watson. Did you notice the content of their argument? It was not domestic in nature, not the sort of dispute between husband and wife that one occasionally hears through walls. It was something else, something that involved concern, worry even. Watson settled into his armchair. You propose that we investigate further? I propose, Holmes said slowly, that we consider the nature of mysteries, Watson. This draft has revealed itself to us. It has delivered scents and sounds and information, almost as if it were a messenger, a servant bringing news from one household to another. The question now is whether we ignore this information or act upon it. And what would you suggest? Watson asked, though he suspected the answer was already forming in Holmes's mind. I suggest, Holmes said, with a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth, that we pay a social call, but not yet. First, we must understand the neighbourhood better. We must learn who these Ashfords are, what brought them to 222 Baker Street, and what manner of distress has caused them to fall behind in their rent and argue through their windows as if the walls were not there. Holmes moved to the bookshelf and began extracting volumes at seemingly random intervals, though Watson knew from experience that Holmes never did anything at random. The Kelly Directory, Holmes said, holding up a thick volume, lists every person of any prominence in London. Let us see if the Ashfords are mentioned. He spent the next hour in careful research, cross-referencing names and addresses, building what appeared to Watson to be an increasingly complex web of connections. Meanwhile, Watson found himself drawn back to the window seat and to the hidden vent behind the wooden panel. He did not open it. That would have been impolite. But he found himself thinking about the voices they had heard the previous evening, the words too muffled to understand, but the emotion perfectly clear. Here, Holmes said suddenly, triumph in his voice. Here is something interesting indeed. Watson turned from the window. The Ashfords, Holmes continued, his finger tracing a line in the directory, are mentioned in connection with the estate of one Mrs. Catherine Whitmore, who died approximately 3 months ago. The notice indicates that the estate is currently in probate, with disputes over the will and the distribution of assets. And this affects them how? Watson asked. I suspect, Holmes said carefully, that Mrs. Catherine Whitmore was a relation, aunt perhaps, or grandmother, wealthy enough to leave an estate worth disputing over, yet deceased enough to have created the very circumstances that would cause a family of moderate means to experience sudden and significant financial stress. He closed the directory and looked at Watson with the expression of a man who had begun to perceive the outline of a puzzle, though the details remained obscure. Tomorrow, Holmes said, we shall make inquiries at the probate courts. Today, however, I believe we should rest. The draft has shown us the way, Watson, and the path is beginning to reveal itself. Come, let us take dinner quietly this evening, and perhaps play a game of chess. Tomorrow we shall see what the morning brings. But even as Holmes settled into his chair, filling his pipe with the practised efficiency of long habit, Watson found himself returning to the thought of that hidden vent, and the voices on the other side of the wall. Somewhere in number 222 Baker Street, a family was struggling with something. a mystery of wills and inheritances and the complex tangle of human relationships. And through a simple draught, through the accidental breach in a wall, that mystery had announced itself to them. The fog pressed against the windows and the fire crackled in the hearth, and somewhere in the city beyond, bells tolled the hours away. And in the sitting room of 2-1B Baker Street, two men sat in companionable silence, each lost in his own thoughts, while the draught continued its gentle work, carrying scents and secrets from one side of the wall to the other, indifferent to the dramas it revealed. The logic of air, as Holmes had called it, was a simple thing, really. Pressure, temperature, the movement of molecules from one place to another. But it was also, Watson reflected, something far more profound. It was the way that mysteries announce themselves, the way that secrets find the cracks in walls and seep through, impossible to contain entirely. It was the wind that carries whispers, the breath that carries truth, the very air itself becoming a messenger in the hands of fate. And somewhere in that air, the answer to their mystery was already floating toward them, waiting only to be perceived. The evening returned to 221B Baker Street, with the inevitability of nightfall in November, bringing with it that peculiar quality of darkness that seems to arrive not gradually, but suddenly, as if someone had extinguished a great lamp at the world's edge. The fog had persisted throughout the day, thick and grey and laden with the essence of London itself. Coal smoke and horse manure and the accumulated breath of 1,000,000 souls conducting their daily business. It was the sort of fog that made the street lamps glow like small moons trapped in amber, and that transformed familiar streets into places of mystery and uncertainty. Holmes had spent the day in pursuits that Watson could not entirely fathom, though fragments of it had been revealed through scattered comments and the occasional document left upon the sitting-room table. There had been a visit to the probate courts, apparently, where Holmes had cultivated an acquaintance with one of the clerks, a man of middle years and limited imagination, judging from Holmes's description, but with access to the details surrounding the Whitmore estate. There had also been a stop at the British Library, where Holmes had consulted birth records and marriage announcements, cross-referencing them with property deeds and will registrations. The Whitmore estate, Holmes had declared upon his return, throwing himself into his armchair with satisfied exhaustion, was valued at approximately £8,000. A considerable sum, Watson, the sort of sum that transforms a family's circumstances entirely. And the Ashfords are the beneficiaries, Watson had asked. Intended beneficiaries, Holmes corrected. The will itself has been disputed, you see. Mrs. Catherine Whitmore left her estate to her niece. That would be Mrs. Ashford, but with conditions. Specific conditions that have created considerable confusion among the probate courts and the various interested parties. But Holmes had declined to elaborate further, preferring instead to settle into what Watson had come to recognise as a state of anticipatory contemplation. The detective had spent the afternoon reading, though what he read remained a mystery, and had asked for the fire to be kept particularly high, and the sitting-room kept warm despite the cost of coal. Now, as evening settled around them like a living thing, with darkness pressing against the windows and the fog rolling across the street in great drifts, Holmes had asked that the window seat be left unobstructed. He sat near it now, having opened the wooden panel some hours ago and left it open, revealing the hidden vent that connected their world to the one next door. "Is this entirely proper?" Watson had asked initially, his sensibilities somewhat ruffled by the apparent breach of privacy. "Propriety," Holmes had replied, "is a matter of perspective. We are not deliberately eavesdropping, Watson. We are merely existing in our own sitting-room with an open panel. If the Ashfords wish to maintain privacy, they need only close their windows. What drifts through an air vent is merely air, and such things as air inevitably carries." And so, as the evening deepened, they waited. Watson with a medical journal and a cup of tea that had long since grown cold, Holmes with an expression of such concentrated attention that he might have been listening to music of transcendent beauty, rather than the muffled sounds of a neighbouring household conducting its evening. When the voices began, they came first as a murmur, indistinct and easily ignored. But gradually, as full evening settled, they grew more pronounced. It was difficult to hear distinct words through the brick and plaster, through the accumulated weight of years and dust and the natural barriers that separated one dwelling from another. But the emotional content of the conversation came through with remarkable clarity. There was a woman's voice first, cultured, careful in its pronunciation, but carrying beneath the surface a current of worry that was almost palpable. This, Watson assumed, was Mrs. Ashford. She was discussing something with evident frustration, her tone rising and falling with the cadence of someone attempting to explain a complex situation to an interlocutor who either did not understand or did not wish to understand. Then came a man's voice, gruff, tired, the voice of someone who had spent the day in exhausting labour, either physical or emotional, Mr. Ashford presumably. His words were less distinct, but his irritation was unmistakable. "It simply is not there," the woman's voice said, clearly enough that Watson could catch the sense of it. "I have searched every corner of her desk, every drawer, every place that a woman of her habits would have placed something of importance. It is simply gone." "Then we shall manage without it," the man replied, his voice carrying the weight of resignation and something else, something that might have been shameful. "We have managed on less before. We shall manage again." "But you do not understand," the woman pressed. Her voice carried the particular urgency of someone attempting to convince another person of something they themselves were not entirely convinced of. "Without it, everything becomes impossibly complicated. The probate court will not even consider our claim. Every penny that was supposed to come to us remains tied up in legal proceedings, and meanwhile we have servants to pay, and rent to meet, and—" She broke off, and in that moment of silence Watson found himself acutely aware of the impropriety of their position. They were in effect listening to the intimate distress of strangers, hearing the private anxieties that were surely never meant for ears beyond the family circle. He found himself glancing at Holmes, but the detective showed no sign of discomfort. Instead, his entire attention was focused on the vent, his eyes half closed, his expression one of intense concentration, as if he were cataloguing every inflection and nuance for later analysis. A third voice emerged then, younger, female, with an undertone of anxiety that suggested someone quite young, dealing with circumstances beyond their years. "Mother, perhaps we should not discuss this where the servants might hear." "The servants know perfectly well what our situation is, Eleanor," the woman replied. And now Watson placed the voice with certainty. This was indeed Mrs. Ashford. "There is little point in maintaining pretences when one is living on credit and borrowed time." "That is hardly fair," Mr. Ashford said, his voice rising slightly. "We have not been asked to leave. Our landlord has been patient with us. We have prospects. The inheritance will be settled eventually." "Eventually," Mrs. Ashford repeated, and the word was laden with such bitterness that even through the wall, even muffled by brick and plaster, it carried the weight of despair. "Edmund, it has been 3 months, 3 months of waiting. The conditions of the will are such that we cannot access even a portion of the funds. And your sister—" She broke off abruptly. "What of Margaret?" Mr. Ashford's voice had taken on a dangerous quality now. "Do not attempt to blame my sister for our circumstances." "I blame no one," Mrs. Ashford said, and now her voice was quieter, exhausted. "I simply state facts. Your sister's situation has complicated matters. The funds that might have been available to us through her are instead tied up in her own difficulties." A pause followed, the sort of weighted silence that occurs when people have reached the boundaries of what they can say to each other without causing irreparable damage. Then Eleanor's voice came again, careful and diplomatic in a way that suggested she had become practiced in the art of diffusing family conflict. "Mother, father, surely there is something to be done, some course of action that has not yet been explored." "There is one possibility," Mrs. Ashford said slowly, "but it requires something that I do not possess." "What?" Eleanor asked. "The original will," Mrs. Ashford replied. "Aunt Catherine's original will, written in her own hand, witnessed and dated. The probate court has a copy, yes, but the original has never been found. Without it, certain claims cannot be verified, certain conditions cannot be definitively proven. It is a document that our solicitor is quite desperate to locate." Watson found himself leaning forward involuntarily, drawn into the private drama unfolding on the other side of the wall despite his better instincts. This, then, was the nature of their distress, not mere financial difficulty, but the loss of a critical document that stood between them and their inheritance. "Have you searched her house?" Mr. Ashford asked. "Her house has been closed," Mrs. Ashford replied. "The solicitor has seen to its management pending the settlement of the estate. We were permitted a single day to search for any items of personal value, but nothing of importance to the legal proceedings was discovered. If the original exists, it is hidden somewhere that we have not thought to look at. or it has been deliberately concealed by someone with reason to do so. Eleanor made a small sound, something between a sigh and a whimper. Could someone have destroyed it, if they stood to benefit from the conditions remaining unproven? That is the fear that haunts me, Mrs. Ashford said quietly. That somewhere in this city someone is keeping us from our rightful inheritance, either through deliberate malice or simple negligence. That the document still exists, but in the possession of someone who has no interest in returning it. The conversation drifted after that into less specific matters, complaints about the quality of the butcher's meat, the need to economise on servants' wages, the difficulty of maintaining appearances while living on limited means. But Watson found that his attention had wandered somewhat from the specifics, his mind instead turning to the larger picture that was emerging through these fragments of overheard dialogue. Here was a family displaced from whatever their previous circumstances had been, relocated to a modest flat in a modest neighbourhood, clinging to middle-class dignity by their fingernails, while waiting for an inheritance that seemed to recede further into the distance with each passing day. Here was the invisible machinery of Victorian society, the probate courts and solicitors, the conditions and caveats that lawyers inserted into wills, the way that property and inheritance could become entangled in such complexity that even those who stood to benefit from the arrangement found themselves stymied by it. When the voices eventually faded away, Mrs. Ashford apparently retiring early with a headache, Mr. Ashford retreating into the quiet preoccupation of a man weighted down by circumstances beyond his control, Eleanor settling into some domestic task, Holmes remained motionless by the vent, his expression thoughtful. "Well," Watson said finally, breaking the silence that had settled over the sitting room, "now we know their situation. What do you make of it?" "I make it," Holmes said slowly, "a puzzle with several interesting features. First, there is the matter of the will itself. The original has never been discovered, which suggests either that it was never completed or that it has been deliberately hidden. Second, there are conditions attached to the inheritance that prevent the beneficiaries from accessing the funds even though the will has been proven in the probate courts. These are not random complications, Watson. These are specific, deliberate arrangements made by a woman who clearly desired to ensure that her estate served some purpose beyond the mere enrichment of her heirs." "And the missing original will?" Watson prompted. "The missing original will," Holmes said, rising from his chair and beginning to pace before the fire, "is the key to this entire matter. You see, there is a distinction between a will that has been copied and registered and the original document itself. Certain conditions, certain details, might be clarified by examining the original that would be lost in any transcription. Perhaps there are additional notes, marginal comments, annotations that suggest the testator's intent more clearly than the formal legal language. Or perhaps there are details in the original that contradict the copy, a common enough occurrence when dealing with documents in a woman's own hand versus the transcription made by lawyers." Holmes paused in his pacing, turning to face Watson directly. "I believe, my dear fellow, that we have stumbled upon not one mystery but several, all intersecting at a single point. The mystery of the draft, which has led us to discover the mystery of the Ashfords, which in turn has led us to discover the mystery of the missing will. And beneath all of these mysteries lies a deeper question. Who benefits from the Ashfords' distress? Who has reason to ensure that this inheritance remains unclaimed?" Watson considered this. "You believe there is someone actively working against them? Someone with a motive to prevent them from receiving their inheritance?" "I believe," Holmes said carefully, "that we have insufficient data to form any certain conclusion. But I believe that the coincidences are too numerous to ignore. A will disappears, a family's circumstances collapse, a document that would presumably clarify the matter and allow for resolution remains missing. These are not random events, Watson. They are connected, and somewhere in that connection lies a mystery that extends far beyond a simple draft in a chimney." He returned to his chair and settled himself with a thoughtful expression. "Tomorrow we shall make further inquiries. I believe it is time that we made the acquaintance of the Ashford's solicitor. And perhaps we should also speak with Mrs. Ashford's solicitor. There may well be complications from her side of the family as well. But for tonight, I suggest we rest. The voices have spoken to us, the mystery has announced itself, and now we must proceed with the methodical work of investigation." Watson rose to close the wooden panel over the vent, suddenly conscious again of the impropriety of their position. But Holmes stopped him with a gesture. "Leave it," the detective said. "Let the air continue to drift through. Let the voices, if they come again, find us listening. We are not violating their privacy, Watson. We are simply being attentive to what fate has chosen to deliver to us. The draft brought us this knowledge, and we have accepted it. Now we must see what we can do with it." And so the vent remained open that night as it had the previous evening, a small breach in the wall between two dwellings, a connection between worlds that ought to have remained separate. The fog rolled on through the streets of London, carrying with it the accumulated secrets of 1,000,000 households. Somewhere in the city, a solicitor was perhaps poring over documents related to the Whitmore estate, attempting to solve the same mysteries that now occupied the minds of two men in 221B Baker Street. And somewhere in the neighbouring flat, a family settled into sleep, unaware that their troubles had been overheard, their distress had been witnessed, their mystery had become the mystery of others as well. The logic of air, that simple physics of pressure and temperature, and the movement of molecules had become a conduit for something far more complex, for secrets, for sorrow, for the intricate tangle of human circumstance and misfortune. And in the darkness of that November night, with fog pressing against the windows and the fire slowly dying in the hearth, two men sat in their respective armchairs, each lost in thought, each contemplating the nature of mystery and the responsibility that came with knowledge acquired through accident rather than investigation. The night deepened around them, the fog grew thicker, and somewhere in London a clock struck the hour and then fell silent once more. And the draft continued its gentle work, carrying air and whispers and the invisible threads that connected one life to another, one mystery to another, one dwelling to another, in the great and complex tapestry of Victorian London. The morning broke grey and mild, one of those November days when the fog lifts just enough to reveal the city beneath it, though not clearly, more as if London were visible through frosted glass, indistinct and dreamlike. Holmes had been awake since before dawn, Watson knew, because there was a fresh pot of tea waiting when Watson had finally emerged from his bedroom at a reasonable hour, and the sitting room had been thoroughly aired despite the cold. The wooden panel over the vent had been carefully closed, and no evidence remained of the previous evening's eavesdropping, save for a small notebook that lay upon the table beside Holmes's preferred armchair, filled with his minute handwriting. "Mrs. Hudson reports," Holmes said without preamble, as if Watson had been part of the conversation from its beginning, "that the market in Portman Square is particularly well frequented by the servants of the neighbourhood. It is where gossip congregates most readily, where the small dramas of domestic life are aired and analysed, with the minutiae of attention usually reserved for matters of genuine importance. I suggest we conduct a brief reconnaissance there this morning. You have an aptitude for casual conversation, Watson, that I have always somewhat envied. Might I impose upon you to engage the servants in dialogue while I observe the patterns of information that flow through such gatherings?" "Are we conducting a proper investigation now?" Watson asked, settling into his chair and accepting a cup of tea from Holmes with gratitude. It was warm and strong, exactly as he preferred it. "We are conducting what I prefer to call a preliminary reconnaissance," Holmes replied. "The Ashfords are neighbours, Watson, which means that they exist not in isolation but within the web of domestic service that constitutes the nervous system of any London neighbourhood. Every servant in the vicinity knows something about their circumstances. A passing comment from a tradesman, an observation about the condition of their furnishings when delivered, gossip overheard at the market or in the servants' hall of some other household. We need merely tap into this information, collate it, and organise it into patterns that will illuminate their situation. Portman Square Market, when they arrived some 2 hours later, was exactly as Holmes had described. A small but busy gathering place where servants came to conduct the daily shopping that kept the households of Baker Street and its environs functioning. The market itself was modest, a collection of stalls arranged in rough rows beneath the grey November sky, with merchants calling out their wares and customers moving between them in the peculiar dance of commerce that had continued unchanged for centuries. The flower stall, Watson decided, would be an excellent place to begin. It was operated by a woman of middle years whose name, he learned after a moment of pleasant conversation, was Mrs. Rothermere. She explained, been operating her flower stand in the neighbourhood for nearly 15 years, and she knew everyone, particularly the servants who came to purchase flowers for their employers' tables. "The Ashfords, you say?" Mrs. Rothermere said, her fingers deftly arranging roses even as she spoke. Moved into number 222 just over a fortnight ago, they did. Quiet folk from what I've seen. The servant girl who comes to buy their flowers, that would be Annie, nice enough child, though she looks half-starved most days. She mentioned they'd had better circumstances before. Don't like to speak ill, but there's something about them that suggests fallen fortunes, if you take my meaning. Not desperate exactly, but stretched thin, like a piece of fabric that's been washed too many times. Watson allowed the conversation to drift naturally, following the threads that Mrs. Rothermere seemed eager to pull at. She described the Ashford household as it appeared through the eyes of the neighbourhood servants, a family maintaining the appearance of respectability, while clearly managing with fewer resources than they had once possessed. There was mention of a young woman, the daughter, who was described as clever-looking and kind to the servants in a way that the quality often is not. Eleanor, Mrs. Rothermere said, when Watson asked for the young woman's name. That's the daughter. Pretty enough, though there's a sadness about her these days, as if she's carrying something too heavy for her shoulders. I saw her on the street yesterday, and she looked right through me. Not rudely, you understand, but as though her mind was 1,000 miles away. Worried about something, I'd wager. Holmes, standing at a nearby stall ostensibly examining cabbages with an intensity that no one would reasonably apply to vegetables, caught Watson's eye. His expression remained neutral, but Watson had learned to recognise the slight elevation of the eyebrow that indicated satisfaction with the direction of the investigation. From the flower stall, Watson moved to the butcher's shop that occupied one of the permanent structures around the market. Here, a different picture emerged, one focused less on emotional state and more on practical concerns. The butcher, a man named Mr. Graves, with the meaty hands and red face of someone accustomed to honest work, spoke freely about the Ashfords' household purchases. They're careful with their coin, Mr. Graves explained, wrapping a parcel of liver, clearly destined for servants' meals rather than the family table. Buy the cheaper cuts, ask for bones to make stock. Nothing wrong with that, of course. Plenty of families do the same. But there's a difference between being economical and being poor, if you follow me. These Ashfords, they're buying like people who've had to learn economy suddenly, like they used to buy better and have had to adjust their expectations. And the servants? Watson asked casually. Do they seem well treated? Better than most, Mr. Graves replied, which seemed to surprise him even as he said it. Miss Eleanor particularly is kind to them. I've seen her on the street, and she always speaks pleasantly to the servants from her household. Not many young ladies of quality do that, you know. Most of them treat servants like they're furniture. But this one, she's different. There's something, I don't know, genuine about her, I suppose, is what I'm trying to say. By the time Holmes and Watson made their way back toward Baker Street, the November afternoon having advanced with its usual grey insistence, a picture had begun to form. The Ashfords were a family of cultivated people who had experienced a sudden reversal of circumstance. They maintained their dignity through careful management of resources, and they appeared to be fundamentally decent in their treatment of those beneath them, a quality that Watson had learned was far from universal among the middle classes of London. But it was as they were walking back toward Baker Street, just at the corner where Portman Square opened onto Baker Street proper, that they encountered her. She was standing at a street corner, apparently attempting to decide which direction to walk, with the sort of absent expression that suggested her thoughts were elsewhere. She was young. Watson judged her to be somewhere in her mid-20s, with dark hair arranged in the simple style of a woman of modest means, and a face that bore the marks of both intelligence and worry. She wore a grey wool dress that was well maintained but somewhat worn at the cuffs, and she carried a small parcel wrapped in brown paper. Miss Eleanor Ashford, I presume, Holmes said pleasantly, as if they had been introduced at a ball rather than encountered by chance on a street corner. The young woman started, her attention returning suddenly from whatever distant place it had occupied. "I beg your pardon," she said, her voice carrying the careful accent of someone educated above her current station. "I am Sherlock Holmes," Holmes continued with the particular charm he could employ when he chose to employ it. "And this is my colleague, Dr. Watson. We are residents of number 221B Baker Street, and we find ourselves engaged in some small investigations that have tangentially brought your family to our attention. I wonder if you might spare us a few moments of conversation." Eleanor's expression cycled rapidly through confusion, wariness, and a kind of cautious hope. "Are you—" she began, then stopped, apparently thinking better of whatever she had been about to say. "I'm not sure what you mean, Mr. Holmes." We have not met before, and I cannot imagine how my family could possibly be of concern to you." "It is a matter arising from certain observations," Holmes said, and Watson recognised this as the beginning of what would undoubtedly be one of Holmes' explanation sequences, those elaborate constructions through which the detective delighted in demonstrating his methods. However, perhaps it would be more appropriate to discuss such matters in a more private setting. Might I invite you to take tea with us at 221B? I assure you that the matter is entirely legitimate, and if you remain unsatisfied with our explanation, you are free to depart at any moment." Eleanor hesitated, clearly weighing the impropriety of accepting an invitation from two strange men against whatever curiosity or desperation she might be feeling. Watson saw the moment when desperation won. A subtle relaxation of her shoulders, a slight nod. "Very well," she said. "Though I confess I am puzzled by your approach, Mr. Holmes. Most people do not accost young women on the street to invite them to tea." "Most people lack sufficient reason to do so," Holmes replied. "Fortunately for you, I am not most people." The sitting room of 221B Baker Street seemed to acquire a different quality when occupied by someone other than Holmes and Watson. A kind of formal politeness seemed to settle over the space, as if the room itself was aware that it was hosting a guest and was attempting to project an impression of respectability. Mrs. Hudson had been summoned, had brought tea and small cakes with an efficiency that spoke to long years of practice, and had withdrawn with the discretion of someone accustomed to her employer's mysterious activities. Eleanor sat in the chair that Watson offered her, positioned so that she could see both men clearly, which Holmes seemed to appreciate, and held her teacup with the careful precision of someone aware that the china was finer than anything she currently possessed. "I shall be direct," Holmes began, "because I have found that directness, while sometimes shocking, is ultimately more respectful than elaborate circumlocution. 3 nights ago, a draught in this room led us to discover an air vent connecting our flat to the one you occupy at number 222 Baker Street. Through this vent, we have inadvertently become acquainted with certain details of your family's circumstances. This is not ideal, and I apologize for the breach of privacy. However, I find myself in possession of information that I believe may be relevant to your family's situation, and I thought it appropriate to make contact and offer whatever assistance I might be able to provide." Eleanor's teacup descended slowly to the saucer, her knuckles white with tension. "Have you been listening to our conversations?" she asked quietly. "Not deliberately," Watson interjected gently. "It was entirely accidental, I assure you. A quirk of the building's construction, nothing more." "But you have heard us discuss—" Eleanor's voice trailed away, but her meaning was clear. "The matter of your aunt's will," Holmes confirmed. "The missing original document. The complications that have prevented your family from accessing the inheritance that is rightfully yours. Yes, I have heard these details discussed, and I believe I may be able to help." Eleanor's expression shifted then. The careful composure that she had maintained cracked, revealing beneath it the worry and stress that the market vendors had noticed. "Why would you wish to help?" she asked, though the question seemed addressed less to Holmes and Watson than to the universe at large. "You don't know us. We're nothing to you. And the matter is hopeless, I think. We've searched everywhere. The solicitors have searched. The document simply does not exist anymore." "On the contrary," Holmes said, settling into his armchair with an expression of thoughtful concentration, "I believe that the document very much exists. But I also believe that its location is not one that would occur to ordinary investigators. Tell me, what can you tell me about your aunt? About her habits, her personality, the things that were important to her?" Eleanor seemed surprised by the question, but she answered it nonetheless, the words flowing out in a kind of desperate torrent, as if she had been waiting for someone to ask her about her aunt, and could not stop once she began. "Aunt Catherine was a complicated woman," Eleanor said, slowly. "She was kind in her way, but she was also very much a product of her time, rigid in her thinking, particularly about what was proper and what was not. She had strong opinions about things, about inheritance particularly. She believed that money should be used purposefully, not simply handed over to people who might squander it. That was why she left conditions on her will. She wanted to ensure that whatever she left behind would serve some purpose. And these conditions, Holmes prompted, what were they? "That's where it becomes complicated," Eleanor said, her fingers twisting the handle of her teacup nervously. According to the copy of the will that the solicitors have, the money was to come to my mother on the condition that it be used to support certain charitable endeavours, a home for retired governesses specifically, a cause that was particularly dear to Aunt Catherine's heart. My mother would inherit the money, but she would be required to demonstrate annually that the funds were being applied to this purpose. And your father's sister, Watson asked, remembering the reference to Mrs. Margaret Hutchins, the widow who was residing with the Ashford family. Aunt Margaret was also to receive a portion, Eleanor confirmed, though her inheritance was contingent on her maintaining a respectable household and not engaging in what Aunt Catherine termed financial irresponsibility. Holmes leaned back in his chair, his fingers steepled before his face. And the original will, the one that remains missing, contained different conditions, or additional notes that clarified the first conditions. The solicitors say that they cannot be certain, Eleanor replied. But my mother believes that Aunt Catherine added a codicil, a handwritten addition to the will, that addressed certain complications that arose shortly before her death. Something about my father's financial situation, I think, though Mother won't discuss it directly. If that codicil exists and is found, it might clarify matters greatly. Your aunt was a woman of principle, Holmes observed, and of strong feeling regarding the proper use of inheritance. Would it be consistent with her character to hide the original will, to ensure that her intentions could only be verified through specific effort? Eleanor looked at him with sudden understanding. You mean, you think she deliberately hid it? As a test, perhaps? Or as a way of ensuring that only those truly committed to following her wishes would be able to prove them? I think, Holmes said carefully, that a woman of Catherine Whitmore's temperament and principles might very well do exactly that. She was not an ordinary woman, Miss Ashford. She was a woman of conviction, and such women sometimes take extraordinary measures to ensure that their final wishes are honoured as they intended. The afternoon light was fading by the time Eleanor departed 220 Swanby Baker Street, though she departed with something that had not been present when she arrived, a kind of cautious hope. Holmes had not promised her that he could locate the will, but he had promised her that he would investigate further, and something in his tone and manner had suggested that this promise was not one he made lightly. After she'd gone, stepping out into the November fog with the careful steps of someone whose mind was still engaged elsewhere, Watson turned to Holmes with a question forming on his lips. You believe we can find the will? He asked. I believe, Holmes replied, that the hunt has begun in earnest. The draft brought her to us, Watson. A family in distress, a mystery waiting to be solved. And beneath the surface of this mystery lies something far more interesting than a mere missing document. It lies in the nature of human character, in the way that even after death, a woman of sufficient conviction can continue to shape the lives of those around her, can continue to test them and challenge them, and ultimately to teach them. He turned toward the window, looking out at the fog that pressed against the glass like a living thing seeking entry. Tomorrow, he said, we shall begin the real work. Tomorrow we shall learn the true nature of Catherine Whitmore's will, and we shall discover why it was hidden, and by whom. But tonight, I think, we have earned a rest, and I think that Miss Eleanor Ashford has earned hope. Outside, the fog rolled through the streets of London, thick and patient and eternal, carrying with it all the secrets that the city held, the lost wills and hidden inheritances, the mysteries that existed in the spaces between walls, the dramas that unfolded in quiet rooms while the world beyond remained unaware. And somewhere in that fog, somewhere in that city of a million souls, the original will of Catherine Whitmore waited to be found, and with it, the answer to mysteries that had not yet fully revealed themselves. The evening came gently to 221B Baker Street, with warmth and light and the sense that something had shifted, that the investigation had moved from the realm of observation into the realm of action, and Watson, settling into his armchair with a sense of satisfaction, reflected that this was what he had come to love about his association with Holmes, not the dramatic confrontations or the brilliant deductions, but these moments when a mystery first began to unfold, when the thread started to become visible, when the work of untangling could finally begin. The fire crackled in the hearth, and the city hummed its evening song beyond the windows, and in the darkness of the November night 2 men sat in contented silence, each contemplating the puzzle that had presented itself to them, each aware that the solution lay somewhere in the accumulated secrets and hidden intentions of London's people, waiting only to be discovered. The probate courts of London were places designed to inspire a particular species of despair, rooms lined with dark wood and darker memories, where the distribution of the dead's belongings was conducted with the solemnity of a religious rite, though with considerably less comfort offered to those involved. Holmes and Watson found themselves in one such room on the morning following their tea with Eleanor, having procured through means that Watson preferred not to examine too closely the permission to examine certain documents related to the Whitmore estate. The clerk who assisted them, a man named Fitzwilliam with the pale skin of someone who had spent decades indoors, and the careful speech of someone who had reviewed similar documents thousands of times, provided them with the official copy of Catherine Whitmore's will. It was written in the careful hand of a legal clerk, each word precisely formed, each paragraph carefully numbered and cross-referenced with the precision that Victorian law demanded. Holmes examined it with the focus of a musician reading a score, his grey eyes moving across the page with methodical precision. "The conditions are as Miss Ashford described them," he said, after some minutes of study. "The primary inheritance is contingent upon the establishment and maintenance of a charitable home for retired governesses. The secondary inheritance to Mrs. Margaret Hutchins requires the maintenance of a respectable household. But notice, Watson, there is something here that is curiously specific." He pointed to a passage in the will. The will was executed, that is, signed and witnessed, 3 days before Catherine Whitmore's death. A woman of 78 years does not, generally speaking, execute a will only 3 days before her demise, unless something has prompted her to do so with considerable urgency. Yet the probate records indicate that her death was unexpected, a sudden illness, not a prolonged decline. "You believe she anticipated her death?" Watson asked. "I believe she knew it was coming," Holmes corrected. "Whether she anticipated it through medical knowledge or through some other means remains unclear. But consider the timeline, Watson. 3 days before her death, she executes a will with very specific conditions attached. These conditions, as written, create complications that have taken 3 months to even begin to resolve, and the original will, the document signed by her own hand, has never been located." Fitzwilliam, still hovering nearby with the patience of a man accustomed to serving the peculiar needs of legal investigators, cleared his throat delicately. "There is the matter of the solicitor," he said quietly. "The original will was entrusted to Mr. Cornelius Blackthorne, solicitor, for safekeeping. He has been unable to locate it despite considerable searching. The matter has caused him considerable distress, from what I understand." "Ah," Holmes said, his eyes brightening with the intensity of sudden interest. "Mr. Cornelius Blackthorne, the family solicitor for the Whitmore family for, I would wager, many years, and his inability to locate the will has been problematic." "Extremely so," Fitzwilliam confirmed. "There have been questions raised as to whether the document was ever actually received by him, or whether it was lost subsequently. The matter is being investigated by the Law Society." Holmes exchanged a glance with Watson. Here, then, was another thread in the tapestry, a solicitor under investigation, a will that had disappeared from professional care, complications arising that served certain parties while harming others. "I believe we must pay a visit to Mr. Blackthorne," Holmes said, consulting his pocket watch. "If we depart now, we should arrive at his office before the midday break." Mr. Cornelius Blackthorne's office was located in a narrow building off Lincoln's Inn Fields, a respectable enough address, though the building itself bore the marks of financial strain. The paint on the exterior was faded, the brass nameplate was tarnished, and the window displays suggested a firm that had seen better days. Inside, the offices were furnished with the kind of furniture that had once been impressive but had now become merely shabby: leather chairs cracked with age, mahogany desks showing the watermarks of accumulated years. Mr. Blackthorne himself was a man of perhaps 60, with thinning grey hair and the particular shade of exhaustion that comes from prolonged stress and insufficient sleep. He received them with the wariness of a man who had learned that visitors often brought complications rather than solutions. "I cannot discuss the particulars of the Whitmore estate," he said, before Holmes had even properly introduced himself. "It is a matter of professional confidence, and one that is currently under investigation by the Law Society. I'm sure you understand." "I understand perfectly," Holmes replied with that particular charm he employed when seeking cooperation rather than confrontation. "And I have no wish to compromise your professional standing, Mr. Blackthorne. I am Sherlock Holmes, and this is my colleague Dr. Watson." We are investigating the matter in a private capacity, at the behest of interested parties, and I believe your cooperation, though it must necessarily be limited by professional ethics, might serve to clarify a situation that has become unnecessarily complicated." Something in Holmes's tone seemed to reach Blackthorne, for the solicitor's shoulders relaxed slightly. "What is it you wish to know?" he asked, gesturing to chairs. "I wish to know," Holmes said carefully, "about the circumstances under which you came into possession of the original will, and the circumstances under which it disappeared." Blackthorne was silent for a long moment, his fingers drumming against the desktop in a pattern that suggested deep internal conflict. Finally, he seemed to reach a decision. "Miss Whitmore, Mrs. Catherine Whitmore, I should say, came to my office 3 days before her death," he said slowly. "She brought with her a document that she had prepared herself in her own hand. It was a will, and she wished me to witness it and to retain it for safekeeping. She was, I should note, in complete possession of her faculties. She was clear about her intentions, and she was very specific about certain matters that she wished to address." "And she gave you no indication of why she felt such urgency?" Watson asked gently. "She indicated that she was not in good health," Blackthorne replied. "She had consulted with physicians and had received information that led her to believe that her time might be shorter than she had previously anticipated. She said she wished to ensure that her affairs were in order before matters progressed further." "And the will itself?" Holmes prompted. "What can you tell me about its contents?" "The will, as filed with the probate court, contains the basic distribution of her estate," Blackthorne said. "But the original document contained additional matter, handwritten notes in the margins, certain conditions that she felt were important to emphasize, and most importantly, a codicil that she wished to be appended to the will." Holmes leaned forward. "And this codicil?" "The codicil," Blackthorne said carefully, "addressed certain financial matters related to the Ashford family. Specifically, it contained information regarding debts that had been incurred by Mr. Edmund Ashford, and certain financial arrangements that Mrs. Whitmore intended to address through her will. The codicil was witnessed by myself and by my clerk, and it was, at the time of its execution, attached to the original will." "And subsequently?" Holmes asked. "Subsequently," Blackthorne said, his voice dropping slightly, "the original will disappear. I retained it, as I said, for safekeeping in my office. It was in that safe the morning after Mrs. Whitmore's death, when I was preparing to file the copies with the probate court. By the evening of that same day, when I went to retrieve it once more to verify certain details before filing, it was gone." Watson found himself gripping the armrests of his chair with sudden tension. "You mean to tell us that the will was stolen?" "I mean to tell you," Blackthorne said, his expression hardening, "that the will disappeared from a locked safe in my locked office, without any sign of forced entry. Only myself and my clerk have access to that safe. My clerk has been with me for 15 years, and I would trust him with my life. The only other person who had access was—" He trailed off, but Holmes completed the thought smoothly. "Was someone with sufficient interest in ensuring that the will remained lost." "I cannot speculate," Blackthorne said stiffly, but his silence was eloquent. "Tell me about Mrs. Margaret Hutchins," Holmes said, changing direction. "What was her relationship to the deceased?" "Mrs. Hutchins was Mrs. Whitmore's younger sister," Blackthorne explained. "She had suffered financial difficulties following the death of her husband some years earlier. Mrs. Whitmore provided her with an allowance, modest but sufficient for her needs. When the will was executed, Mrs. Whitmore intended that this arrangement continue, and in fact intended to provide a lump sum to Mrs. Hutchins upon her death, a sum of some £2,000, contingent upon Mrs. Hutchins maintaining a respectable household." "And if the codicil was never found?" Holmes asked quietly. "If the codicil was never found," Blackthorne said, "then the bequest to Mrs. Hutchins would stand as stated in the principal will. Mrs. Ashford would receive the bulk of the estate contingent upon her establishing the charitable home. But the financial matters addressed in the codicil, the matters relating to Mr. Ashford's debts, would remain unresolved, and might therefore render it impossible for Mrs. Ashford to access her inheritance while those debts remained in question." Holmes sat back in his chair, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, the smile of a man who had just perceived the pattern that had previously been obscured. "So we have a situation," Holmes mused, "in which the disappearance of the codicil serves the interests of someone who stands to benefit if the principal cannot be executed. Someone who would receive a sum of money regardless, but who would prefer that the Ashford family struggle with the complications that prevent them from accessing their own inheritance. "You cannot be suggesting," Blackthorne said, his voice strained, "that Mrs. Hutchins—" "I am suggesting nothing yet," Holmes interrupted gently. "I am merely observing patterns. Tell me, has Mrs. Hutchins been in contact with you since the will disappeared?" "She came to my office some weeks ago," Blackthorne admitted reluctantly. "She asked questions about the status of the inheritance, about whether the codicil — she knew about the codicil, which struck me as peculiar, since it was a matter I had not discussed with her — had been located. I informed her that it had not been located, and that the probate process was continuing. She seemed, I suppose the word would be satisfied, though that hardly seems appropriate to apply to a woman discussing the affairs of her deceased sister." "Highly satisfactory indeed," Holmes said. "Watson, I believe we have seen enough. Mr. Blackthorne, I thank you for your candour. I suspect that the Law Society's investigation will soon reach its conclusion, and that your reputation will be vindicated. The will was not lost through any negligence on your part. It was deliberately removed by someone with access to your office, and sufficient motivation to ensure that the codicil never saw the light of day." As Holmes and Watson made their way back to Baker Street through the afternoon fog, which had, if anything, grown thicker and more insistent, Watson found himself turning the pieces over in his mind. "So Mrs. Hutchins," he said slowly, "had motive and opportunity. She would benefit from the confusion caused by the missing codicil, and she knew that it contained information that would complicate rather than simplify matters for her." "Precisely," Holmes confirmed. "But there remains one question that must be answered. Did she remove the will herself, or did she employ someone else to do so? A widow of modest means and no particular connections would find it difficult to access a solicitor's safe, but a widow with a young servant in her employ, or with connections to someone in the criminal underworld, might accomplish such a thing with relative ease." "You mean to recover the will?" Watson said. It was not a question. "I mean to recover the will," Holmes confirmed, "and to ensure that it is returned to Mr. Blackthorne with the full explanation of how it came to be missing. But first, we must determine where Mrs. Hutchins might have hidden such a document. A woman of her circumstances would not retain it in her rented rooms. Too obvious, too easily discovered. She would secrete it somewhere safe but accessible, somewhere that would allow her to control the narrative of its discovery, should such discovery become necessary." He paused at the corner of Baker Street, turning to face Watson with an expression of sudden clarity. "The house," Holmes said. "Mrs. Whitmore's house, which has been closed pending the settlement of the estate. A woman with an intimate knowledge of that house. A woman who had visited it frequently, who knew its layout, who understood where such a document might be hidden. Such a woman might well select that location for the safekeeping of the will." "But the house is locked," Watson protested. "Surely it is guarded." "Locked, yes," Holmes agreed. "But where there is access for a solicitor or an estate executor, there is access for someone with sufficient creativity and determination. Come, Watson, I believe we must pay a visit to the offices of the executor of the Whitmore estate, and I believe that we must do so with some degree of urgency before Mrs. Hutchins decides that the time has come for the will to be discovered, in circumstances that she has carefully arranged." The afternoon light was fading rapidly, the fog pressing closer against the windows of London, the city settling into its evening rhythm. Somewhere in that city, in a locked house that stood empty save for the ghosts of its former inhabitant, a document waited. A will written in the hand of a woman of principle, hidden by her sister's subterfuge, waiting to be found by those determined enough to search. And in the streets of London, two men walked with purpose, following threads that had been pulled loose by a simple draught, connecting them across building walls and Victorian propriety, leading them toward truths that had been deliberately concealed. The evening deepened around them, and the mystery, which had seemed so simple at first, merely the search for a lost document, revealed itself to be far more complex. It was a story of family bonds tested and broken, of financial desperation driving people toward dishonesty, of the way that the dead's intentions could be thwarted by the living's selfishness. But it was also a story of hope, because somewhere in London two people who cared for justice were setting out to restore what had been lost, to make right what had been hidden, to give voice to the wishes of a woman who had died with her most important intentions unexecuted. The fog swallowed them as they walked, and the city hummed its evening song, and in the gathering darkness the work of discovery continued. patient and methodical and utterly inevitable, like the slow pressure of air moving through hidden channels, like truth finding the cracks in carefully constructed walls, like justice gradually seeping through the barriers that had been erected against it. The house at Belgrave Square stood as Mrs. Whitmore had left it, silent, shuttered, the kind of London townhouse that, when closed up, seemed to hold its breath as if waiting for life to return to it. The exterior bore all the marks of respectability, a pristine white facade, black railings polished to a shine despite weeks of disuse, and the particular air of comfortable wealth that came from a property that had been well maintained for many decades. It was the sort of house that spoke of a woman accustomed to order and precision, where every detail had been attended to with careful deliberation. The executor of the Whitmore estate, a Mr. Ashworth, had provided Holmes and Watson with the keys and a certain latitude in their investigation, having been convinced by Holmes's explanation of the will's disappearance and the critical importance of its recovery. The estate needed resolution, Mr. Ashworth had said, and the appearance of the original will would greatly facilitate that resolution. He had, therefore, granted them access during the afternoon, with the understanding that their visit would remain confidential, and that the will, should it be discovered, would be returned to him immediately. The question, Holmes had observed as they stood outside the house, is not whether Mrs. Hutchins hid the will here, but rather where in this house she would hide it. A woman of her circumstances would not have the expertise to locate a truly secure hiding place in a house with which she was only passingly familiar. She would select something obvious to her, something that made intuitive sense, a place where a woman of principle might be expected to keep something of value. They had entered the house through the front door, and the silence that greeted them was absolute. The particular silence of a space that had been closed away from the world, where dust hung in the air and the very light seemed dampened by the weight of absence. The furnishings stood exactly as they had been left. Sofas with their coverings, furniture arranged with geometric precision, paintings hanging on walls painted in the muted tones that suggested wealth without ostentation. "A woman of principle," Watson repeated, following Holmes through the sitting-room. "You believe that Mrs. Whitmore would have kept the will somewhere visible, perhaps on display?" "Not displayed," Holmes corrected, moving through the rooms with the confidence of a man who had consulted the house's floor plans, "but somewhere that would have held meaning for her. A woman who values principle, who believes in the proper ordering of things, who has just executed a will designed to shape the behaviour of those she leaves behind. Such a woman would place that will somewhere that carried symbolic weight." They ascended the grand staircase, their footsteps echoing through the emptiness, and made their way to what appeared to be a private study, a room lined with bookshelves and dominated by a substantial desk positioned to face the windows overlooking the square below. It was a room designed for contemplation and for the transaction of important business, the sort of room where a woman like Catherine Whitmore would conduct her affairs. "Here," Holmes said, moving directly to the bookshelf behind the desk. "Not in the obvious place, not in the desk itself, which would be examined by any competent search, but somewhere that speaks to intention and permanence." He ran his fingers along the spines of the books, examining titles that ranged from classical philosophy to contemporary novels, from volumes of poetry to works of economic theory. Catherine Whitmore, it seemed, had been a woman of considerable intellectual curiosity. "There," Holmes said, his finger stopping on a volume bound in dark leather, its title embossed in fading gold, Principia Mathematica. A fitting choice, perhaps. A book about principles, the fundamental laws that govern the universe. Holmes withdrew it carefully from the shelf, and as he did so, something else became visible, a space deliberately carved into the shelf behind where the book had rested. In that space, wrapped carefully in oilcloth and sealed with red wax, lay a slim package. Holmes removed it with great care and set it upon the desk. The wax bore no seal. It was simple, unmarked, the work of someone concerned only with preservation rather than authentication. He opened it with careful deliberation, revealing beneath the oilcloth a document written in a careful elderly hand. It was Catherine Whitmore's original will, and appended to it, in the same careful hand but with slightly different ink and a slightly shakier script that suggested it had been added at a different time, was a codicil of some length. Holmes and Watson bent their heads over it, reading in silence. The codicil addressed itself specifically to the matter of Edmund Ashford's debts, substantial sums owed to creditors, some of questionable respectability, that had accumulated over years of poor financial judgment. The codicil stipulated that these debts, totalling some £3,000, were to be paid in full from the estate before any distribution to the Ashford family was made. Furthermore, it contained a detailed explanation of why this condition had been added. Because Edmund Ashford, though a man of essentially good character, had proven himself incapable of managing his own financial affairs, and because Mrs. Whitmore believed that allowing the Ashfords to inherit without addressing these debts would simply perpetuate the cycle of financial irresponsibility that had brought them to their current straits. She was testing them, Watson breathed, understanding suddenly flooding through him. Not to punish them, but to teach them, to force them to understand that inheritance without responsibility is merely the foundation for future disaster. Exactly so, Holmes said quietly, and by making this condition public, by ensuring that it was recorded in the original will, she ensured that Edmund Ashford would have to confront his failures, would have to account for them, would have to work toward redemption. It was harsh, yes, but it was also profoundly compassionate. She was giving him the opportunity to restore his reputation through the settlement of his debts. The door to the study opened suddenly, and both men turned to find Mrs. Margaret Hutchins standing in the doorway. She was a woman of perhaps 60, with the sharp features of someone who had lived a narrow life and had become accustomed to viewing the world through the lens of her own grievances. Her expression, when she saw what Holmes and Watson were examining, shifted from surprise to something far more complicated, a mixture of anger, resignation, and something that might have been shame. "I suppose I should have known," she said quietly, stepping into the room and closing the door behind her. "Mr. Blackthorne sent word that you had visited. I should have realized that he would eventually tell you about the codicil. How did you know to look here?" "A woman of principle," Holmes said gently, "would select a location for something of value that carried meaning. Your sister was such a woman. This room, this desk, this library, these were the places where she conducted the important business of her life. It was the logical location for the document that represented the final expression of her will." Margaret sank into the chair before the desk, her body seeming to age suddenly with the relief of a burden finally being set down. "I did not mean to harm them," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "Do you understand? I did not set out to injure my family. I was simply afraid." "Tell us," Watson urged gently, settling into a chair across from her. "Tell us what drove you to conceal the codicil." And so Mrs. Margaret Hutchins told her story, a story of a woman widowed young, left with insufficient funds to maintain the respectable household that society demanded of her, dependent upon her sister's charity while watching that sister accumulate wealth that seemed to her unfairly distributed. She told of jealousy, yes, but also of desperation. She told of the knowledge that under the principal will she would receive £2,000, a respectable sum, enough to maintain her household with dignity, but dependent upon her maintaining that household in the manner that Catherine had prescribed. The codicil, she said, made clear that if Edmund's debts were not paid in full, the principal distribution could not be executed. I knew that Edmund had debts. He had mentioned them to me once or twice in confidence. I believed that his debts would be such that the entire estate would be consumed in settling them. I thought that if the codicil were never found, the principal will would eventually be executed despite the complications, and I would receive my inheritance while the Ashfords received nothing. But that was not what happened, Holmes observed. "No," Margaret said bitterly. "Catherine's solicitor conducted a proper investigation of Edmund's finances. He discovered that while the debts were considerable, they could be paid from the estate without entirely consuming it. And then Edmund had the good grace to feel shame about his circumstances and to begin working towards settling them himself, which complicated the matter further by making the inheritance less necessary and more a matter of justice than of charity." "Why did you remove the will?" Watson asked. "Because I thought that if the codicil never appeared, no one would know about the debt-settling condition," Margaret said. "The principal will, as filed, would eventually be executed. Eleanor would come of age, the charitable home would be established, and I would receive my £2,000. That was all I wanted, truly. Not to harm them, simply to secure my own future." There was a long silence in the study, broken only by the sound of Margaret's breathing and the distant noise of London beyond the shuttered windows. "Mrs. Hutchins," Holmes said finally, his tone thoughtful rather than accusatory, Did Catherine ever speak to you about her intentions in writing the codicil?" Margaret looked up, startled by the question. "She mentioned it," she said slowly. "A week before her death. She said she was troubled by Edmund's financial situation, but that she believed he had the capacity to improve it if he were forced to do so. She said the codicil was not meant as punishment, but as an opportunity for him to redeem himself. I thought she was naive." "Perhaps," Holmes said. "You misjudged your sister's understanding of human nature. Catherine, it seems, understood that people are capable of growth, of redemption, of becoming better than their circumstances would suggest. By hiding the codicil, you are not protecting yourself. You are preventing the Ashfords from having the opportunity that Catherine intended to provide them." Holmes set the will and the codicil carefully upon the desk and looked at Margaret with an expression that was neither condemnatory nor forgiving, but something between, a recognition of human frailty and the capacity for harm that comes from fear and desperation. "We will take these documents to Mr. Blackthorne," Holmes said. "The will be filed correctly, the codicil will be attached, and the estate will proceed to settlement. Mr. Edmund Ashford will have the opportunity that his wife's aunt intended for him. He will have to settle his debts, yes, but in settling them, he will restore his honour and give his family the foundation that comes from genuine redemption rather than inherited wealth." "And me?" Margaret asked quietly. "And you," Holmes said, "will receive your inheritance exactly as Catherine stipulated. Your £2,000 are yours, contingent only upon your maintaining a respectable household, a condition that, I suspect, has never been particularly difficult for you to meet. But you will know, Mrs. Hutchins, that you nearly deprived a family of the opportunity for genuine improvement. You will know that your sister's final wish was nearly thwarted by your fear. I believe that knowledge, for a woman of your conscience, will be sufficient consequence." Margaret bowed her head, and Watson saw the tears that slipped quietly down her cheeks. The tears of a woman who had believed she was acting in her own interest, but who now understood the full scope of the harm she had nearly caused. The journey back to Baker Street was conducted in near silence. Holmes and Watson each lost in contemplation of the day's events. The fog had lifted somewhat, leaving London visible in its late afternoon clarity. The buildings standing forth with architectural precision, the streets filled with people conducting their ordinary business, unaware of the dramas that unfolded in locked houses and solicitors' offices. At Baker Street they found Eleanor waiting in the sitting-room, having been summoned by a note from Holmes sent earlier in the day. Her anxiety was evident in the way she sat, perched on the edge of a chair, her hands clasped so tightly that her knuckles had gone white. "We have recovered the will," Holmes said simply, producing the document and handing it to her. "The original will of your aunt, together with the codicil that explains the conditions attached to your inheritance. The document has been carefully preserved and is in excellent condition. You may take it directly to Mr. Blackthorne, and the settlement of the estate may proceed without further delay." Eleanor took the will with trembling hands, her eyes scanning the pages as understanding flooded through her. When she looked up, there was something different in her expression. The weight of worry had not entirely lifted, but it had been transformed into something else. The knowledge that the worst was over, that the mystery had been solved, that hope was now justified rather than merely wished for. "How can we thank you?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "You need not thank us," Holmes replied. "Your aunt has thanked us, in a manner of speaking, by presenting us with a puzzle that revealed something profound about the nature of human character. She has shown us that inheritance is less about money than about the opportunity for redemption, that the greatest gift we can give those we love is not wealth, but the chance to become worthy of that wealth through their own effort." He paused, then added more gently, "There is one matter, however, that requires addressing. Your father's debts, when they are settled, will discharge a considerable obligation. I suspect that he has been feeling the weight of those debts for some time. When the matter is resolved, you may wish to speak with him about the opportunity that your aunt has provided, not to punish him for his failures, but to recognize that he has been given the chance to make things right. That is a gift of considerable value, Miss Ashford. See that he understands its worth." After Eleanor had departed, clutching the will to her heart like something infinitely precious, Watson found himself settling into his familiar chair with a sense of satisfaction that went beyond the mere solution of a mystery. "She was a remarkable woman," he observed, "your Aunt Catherine Whitmore. To understand her family so thoroughly, to predict what would occur, to structure her final wishes in such a way that they would accomplish both practical and moral purposes. It speaks to a woman of considerable wisdom. Indeed, Holmes agreed, filling his pipe with the meditative precision that suggested he was still turning the case over in his mind. And in her own way, Mrs. Hutchins was also remarkable, not for her virtue, but for her humanity. She acted out of fear and desperation, not from malice. That distinction, I believe, is important. It means that she is capable of redemption as well, capable of understanding what she nearly did, capable of becoming better than the circumstances that led her to hide the will. He looked toward the window where the fog was now pressing in again, softer than before, more contemplative. The draught that brought all of this to us, he said quietly, carried with it not merely gossip and secrets, but also the possibility of redemption. Mrs. Ashford will receive her inheritance and will establish the charitable home that her aunt intended. Mr. Ashford will settle his debts and restore his honour. Eleanor will know the security of her family's future, and Mrs. Hutchins will know that her sister's wisdom extended even to her, that Catherine understood her fear and desperation even as she sought to prevent it from causing lasting harm. Watson found himself thinking of the draught, that simple incursion of outside air into their sitting room, and how it had led them through layers of mystery and human complexity to this point, where justice and mercy had somehow become the same thing, where solutions carried with them not retribution but understanding. "Come," Holmes said, reaching for his violin. "Let us play. The evening is beginning, and I find myself in the mood for something contemplative, something that speaks to the resolution of mysteries, to the restoration of balance, to the peculiar way that the threads of human lives intertwine when we are patient enough to follow them to their proper conclusion." And so, Watson settled in to listen as Holmes drew his bow across the strings, and the music that emerged was gentle and complex, speaking of both sorrow and redemption, of mysteries solved and wounds healed, of the way that understanding, when finally achieved, brings with it a peace that mere resolution alone can never provide. Outside, the fog pressed against the windows, and the city settled into its evening rhythms, and somewhere in London, the processes of probate and justice continued their slow, patient work. The great machinery of Victorian society, so often ponderous and inefficient, was now working toward the restoration of right order, guided by the will of a woman who had understood that the truest legacy was not wealth, but the opportunity for redemption. A week had passed since the discovery of Catherine Whitmore's will, and the affairs of the Ashford family had begun their slow, steady progress toward resolution. The probate courts had accepted the original will with the codicil properly attached, and the machinery of Victorian justice, having been set in motion, was now grinding inexorably forward toward the distribution of the estate. Mr. Edmund Ashford had begun the process of settling his debts, working with quiet determination to address the financial obligations that his wife's aunt had so precisely identified. The Ashford household, while not yet relieved of all anxiety, had acquired a different quality of anticipation, no longer the desperation of those awaiting an indefinite future, but rather the measured patience of people who understood that their circumstances would improve, if slowly and through the requirement of their own effort. The fog that had characterized the early days of November had persisted through the intervening week, settling over London like a protective blanket, softening the edges of the city, transforming the familiar streets into places of subtle mystery. But now, on this particular evening, it seemed to be lifting slightly, revealing beneath it hints of the clearer weather that might be approaching. The evening had arrived with the particular quality of exhaustion that comes at the end of a day well spent, and both Holmes and Watson found themselves drawn, as if by mutual and unspoken agreement, to the sitting room of 221B Baker Street, to the warmth of the fire and the companionable silence that had become the hallmark of their years together. Watson had been reviewing his notes on the case, considering whether the affair might provide material for one of his chronicles, those accounts of Holmes's investigations that had, over the years, accumulated into a modest body of published work. The case of the draft and the missing will, he reflected, contained elements that would interest his readers, the element of mystery, the careful deduction, the revelation of human character. But more than that, it contained something else, something that transcended the merely sensational. It contained the story of how small mysteries can illuminate larger truths, of how a simple accident of architecture can lead to profound consequences, of how justice need not be harsh to be effective. Holmes sat in his accustomed chair, a violin resting across his knees, though he was not playing. Instead, he was gazing into the fire with the particular intensity that suggested his mind was occupied with matters beyond the immediate present. The violin, it seemed, had become less an instrument of expression, and more a meditation on the mysteries that had recently consumed his attention. "You're thinking about the case," Watson observed, "not as a question, but as a statement of fact." "I am thinking about Catherine Whitmore," Holmes replied, his eyes never leaving the flames. "About the nature of her wisdom, and about the question of what we truly owe to those we leave behind when we depart this world. She was, it seems, a woman obsessed with order, with ensuring that her death would not result in chaos, that her intentions would be understood and executed precisely as she had conceived them. And yet, she did not merely leave a will. She created a puzzle, Watson. She created circumstances that would require those who benefited from her estate to engage in the work of understanding, of redemption, of moral improvement. She was testing them, Watson said, leaning back in his chair with the comfort of a man who had spent a long day in contemplation and was now allowing his mind to settle into easier channels. "She was testing them," Holmes agreed, "but not, I think, in the way we initially understood. She was not testing their worthiness of inheritance, at least not in the conventional sense. She was testing their capacity for growth, for change, for becoming better than their circumstances would suggest. The debts that she stipulated must be paid. They were not a punishment for Edmund Ashford's financial irresponsibility. They were an opportunity for him to confront his failures, to take responsibility for them, and to restore his honour through the work of settlement. That is a gift of considerable value, Watson. More valuable, perhaps, than the money itself." The fire crackled and shifted in the hearth, sending up a shower of small sparks that rose and disappeared into the darkness above the fireplace. The gas lamps in the room had been turned low, casting long shadows across the furniture and the shelves of books that lined the walls. It was the sort of lighting that encouraged contemplation rather than activity, that made one acutely aware of the passage of time and the accumulation of years. "And Mrs. Hutchins?" Watson asked gently. "What was Catherine's gift to her?" "Survival," Holmes said simply. "Mrs. Hutchins, whatever her faults, was a woman living on the margins of respectability, dependent upon the charity of others for her continued comfort. Catherine's will ensured that her sister would receive sufficient funds to maintain her independence, to live with dignity, and to know that she was valued despite her failings. The conditions attached to that inheritance, the requirement that she maintain a respectable household, were not burdensome. They were, in fact, merely a recognition of what Mrs. Hutchins was already doing. Catherine was affirming her sister's capacity to maintain her own standards, even as she acknowledged the difficulty of that task." Watson found himself thinking of the moment when Mrs. Hutchins had confessed to hiding the will. She had been a pitiable figure, reduced by the revelation of her own weakness and desperation, and yet there had been something almost noble in the way she had accepted the consequences of her actions. She had not made excuses, not really. She had explained herself, yes, but she had not attempted to evade responsibility or to shift blame onto others. "And the Ashfords?" Watson pressed. "What will become of them now?" "The Ashfords," Holmes said, setting down the violin and rising from his chair to move toward the fire, "will have their inheritance contingent upon the fulfilment of the conditions that Catherine stipulated. The charitable home will be established, a home for retired governesses, women of education and breeding who have fallen into difficult circumstances and require a place of refuge. It is a fitting memorial to Catherine Whitmore's understanding of the precarious position of women in our society, particularly those whose education has equipped them for nothing but service." He stood before the fireplace, his tall frame illuminated by the dancing light, his expression thoughtful and distant. "There is an entire class of women in our society, Watson, who are invisible to most people. Governesses, companions, ladies' maids, women of intelligence and cultivation who have been reduced by circumstance to positions of servitude. They are not poor in the conventional sense, and they are not wealthy. They occupy that peculiar middle ground where they are neither pitied as paupers nor respected as ladies." Catherine understood this. She had been educated in a time when women's opportunities were even more limited than they are now. She understood what it meant to be dependent, to be vulnerable, to be one catastrophe away from destitution. "And Eleanor?" Watson asked. "What of the young woman who has been so central to this affair?" "Eleanor," Holmes said, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, will have the opportunity to become something other than what her family's circumstances dictated. With security assured, she will be free to pursue whatever path her intellect and capabilities suggest. She is clearly a woman of education and perception. The market vendors noted her kindness to the servants. Mr. Graves noted her courteous manner, and your own observations confirmed her intelligence. Such a woman, given security and opportunity, may well accomplish remarkable things. Perhaps she will become involved in the management of her mother's charitable enterprise. Perhaps she will pursue some other path entirely. But whatever she chooses, she will do so from a position of relative security, which is more than many women of her era can claim. Watson rose from his chair and moved to stand beside Holmes before the fire. The warmth of it embraced them, and the sound of it, the gentle crackle and pop of burning coal, seemed to embody the comfort and security that had been restored to the Ashford household through the recovery of the will. "The draft," Watson said suddenly, thinking back to where this entire affair had begun. "I wonder if it still troubles you." Holmes turned to look at his companion, and in his expression Watson saw understanding and a certain wry amusement. "The draft," Holmes said, "remains exactly as it was, a breach in the integrity of this room's atmosphere, a connection between our world and the one beyond the wall. It will persist until someone chooses to seal the air vent permanently, and perhaps it should persist, Watson. Perhaps there is something fitting about a reminder of how accidents can lead to profound consequences, of how a simple flaw in construction can become a conduit for justice." "You do not propose to seal it then?" Watson asked. "I do not," Holmes confirmed. "Let it remain open, a small reminder of the way that the world works. How mysteries announce themselves through the most unexpected channels. How truth, like air itself, will find the cracks and crevices in whatever barriers we construct to contain it. How the walls that separate us from one another are never truly impenetrable, and how responsibility extends even to those whose existence we have never formally acknowledged." They stood in comfortable silence for a long moment, watching the fire burn and shift, each lost in his own thoughts about the case that had so occupied them in recent days. Outside, the fog pressed against the windows, but it seemed gentler now, less menacing, more contemplative. The sounds of London, the distant rumble of carriages, the cry of a night watchman, the tolling of a distant church bell seemed to come from far away, muffled by the fog and the distance. "There is another matter," Watson ventured after some time, "the matter of Mrs. Hudson's earlier observation, that the building next door has new tenants. I wonder if you have given thought to what will become of the Ashfords now that the mystery is solved, now that the will is recovered. Will they continue to reside at 222 Baker Street, or will their improved circumstances prompt them to seek more prestigious accommodations?" Holmes was silent for a long moment. Then he turned to face Watson, with an expression that combined both amusement and something more thoughtful. "I have made inquiries," he admitted. "It appears that the Ashfords have elected to remain at number 222, at least for the present. Mr. Edmund Ashford is determined to settle his debts through his own labour before enjoying the full benefits of his wife's inheritance. He has secured employment in connection with the charitable enterprises that his wife is beginning to establish. It is modest work, perhaps, and it offers him neither wealth nor social elevation, but it offers him something of greater value. It offers him the opportunity to contribute to something meaningful, to restore his own sense of dignity through work, rather than through the passive receipt of inherited funds." "And Mrs. Ashford?" Watson asked. "Mrs. Ashford," Holmes said, "is proving to be a woman of considerable capability. She's already begun the preliminary work of establishing the charitable home that her aunt's will specified. She's consulting with architects, examining potential properties, and beginning to gather the administrative structure that such an enterprise requires. I suspect that within a year, perhaps less, the Ashford Charitable Home for Retired Governments will be established and accepting its first residents. It will be a worthy monument to Catherine Whitmore's understanding of the needs of her society." Watson found himself thinking of Eleanor again, and of the potential that Holmes had identified in her. He wondered what the young woman would choose to do with her newfound security, what path her life would take now that she was no longer constrained by the desperate circumstances that had characterized her family's initial years in the neighborhood. "I received a letter," Holmes continued, as if reading Watson's thoughts, "from Miss Eleanor Ashford. She wished to express her family's gratitude, and she indicated that she is considering the possibility of pursuing education in the sciences." It appears that her interests lean toward mathematics and natural philosophy, disciplines not commonly pursued by women of her station. I took the liberty of providing her with some recommendations for reading materials and suggesting certain educational resources that might be available to her. "You're championing her education?" Watson asked, somewhat surprised. He had rarely known Holmes to take such a personal interest in another person's development, particularly not in the case of a young woman of modest circumstances. "I am recognizing capability when I encounter it," Holmes replied. Catherine Whitmore understood the value of education, the way that knowledge empowers and elevates. Her niece has inherited that understanding. It would be a tragedy if such capability were allowed to lie dormant merely because of the conventional restrictions placed upon women in our society. If I can provide guidance or resources that might facilitate Eleanor's education, then I consider it time well spent. As the evening deepened, the conversation between Holmes and Watson drifted into more general channels: reflections on the nature of mystery and justice, speculation about future cases, comfortable reminiscence about investigations past. They sat before the fire, sipping occasionally at glasses of brandy that Mrs. Hudson had left on the small table beside them, and allowed the warmth and the companionship to settle around them like a protective cloak. The clock on the mantelpiece chimed the hour, 11 o'clock, and Watson found himself thinking about sleep, about rest, about the way that the resolution of a mystery seemed to invite the body toward repose. The fire had burned lower, settling into a steady, contemplative glow rather than the active flames of earlier in the evening. The shadows in the room had deepened, and the outside world seemed very far away, separated from this small sanctuary of warmth and light by the fog and the darkness. "You know," Watson said slowly, "I have been thinking about the nature of the draft, about the way it was caused by something so simple, just the opening of windows in another flat, creating a pressure differential that forced air through a small vent. It seems remarkable that something so trivial could set in motion a chain of events that has led to the resolution of such a complex mystery." "Nothing is trivial," Holmes said quietly. "That is the fundamental lesson of this affair, Watson. Every action, no matter how small or seemingly insignificant, ripples outward through the world, affecting other people, creating consequences that spread far beyond what we can initially perceive. The Ashfords opened their windows on a November evening, seeking fresh air or perhaps attempting to dispel an uncomfortable atmosphere. They could not have known that this simple action would lead to the recovery of a hidden will, the restoration of justice, the redemption of their family fortunes. And yet it did." He paused, looking toward the window where the fog pressed against the glass, obscuring the street beyond. Catherine Whitmore wrote a will, structuring it in such a way as to ensure that her family would grow and improve through the process of dealing with its conditions. She could not have known that her will would be hidden, that her intentions would be thwarted, that it would take the accident of a draft to set events in motion that would eventually restore her wishes to prominence. And yet here we are, and all of it has come to pass. "You believe in fate, then?" Watson asked, though he suspected that he knew the answer. "I believe in consequence," Holmes replied. "I believe that actions have results, that patterns emerge from seemingly random events when one is patient enough to observe them. Whether one chooses to call this fate, or merely the inevitable operation of cause and effect, is perhaps a matter of philosophical preference. But I believe that justice, true justice, has a way of asserting itself eventually. The obstacles placed in its path may delay it, may complicate it, but they cannot ultimately prevent it." Watson found himself drifting towards sleep, the warmth of the fire and the comfort of Holmes's presence, combining with the exhaustion of the past week to draw him toward that threshold between wakefulness and dreams. The room seemed to be fading slightly, the boundaries between the sitting room of 221B Baker Street and the larger world beyond becoming indistinct. He could hear the ticking of the clock on the mantelpiece steady and reliable, measuring out the hours of the night with metronomic precision. "Tell me," Holmes said, his voice now taking on a softer quality, as if aware that his companion was drifting towards sleep, "what you would wish to remember about this case. Not the deductions or the clever observations, but the essential thing, the core of the matter that has touched you in some way, that goes beyond the mere intellectual satisfaction of solving a puzzle." Watson considered the question as his eyes grew heavy. What did he wish to remember? The fog, certainly, and the draught that had begun it all. The voices of the Ashford family overheard through the hidden vent, their worry and their love for one another evident beneath the anxiety. Eleanor's face when she had realised that the mystery was being solved, that her family's troubles were approaching their end. The quiet dignity of Mrs. Hutchins accepting the consequences of her actions. The wisdom of Catherine Whitmore extending even beyond her death into the lives of those she had left behind. "I think," Watson said slowly, his voice growing quieter as sleep approached, "that I will remember the kindness of it. Despite the mystery, despite the deception, despite the complications and the difficulties, at the heart of this case there was kindness. Catherine Whitmore's kindness in structuring her will in such a way as to provide her family with the opportunity for redemption. Eleanor's kindness to the servants, her concern for her family's well-being. Your own kindness, Holmes, in choosing to be compassionate toward Mrs. Hutchins rather than condemning her." "Compassion," Holmes repeated, and there was something in his tone that suggested he was considering the word carefully, turning it over in his mind like an object of peculiar interest. "Yes, perhaps that is the true lesson of this affair, that justice without compassion becomes merely retribution, and that true resolution requires both the clarity to perceive what is right and the mercy to implement it in a way that acknowledges the human frailty that led people astray in the first place." Watson's eyes were closing now, the fire having become a blur of orange and gold, the room fading into a more dreamlike state. He could hear Holmes's voice continuing to speak, but the words were becoming indistinct, blending into the background sounds of the house, the ticking of the clock, the occasional crackle of the fire, the distant sound of London settling into its night. "Sleep now," Holmes said softly, and Watson found himself obeying the suggestion without conscious effort, sliding down into the comfort of the armchair, his mind finally releasing the tensions and the concentration that the case had demanded. Sleep, and dream perhaps of a London where mysteries are solved not through violence or harsh judgment, but through understanding, through patience, through the careful attention to the small details that reveal the large truths beneath them. The clock chimed once more, the half-hour past midnight, and in the sitting-room of 221B Baker Street, a man slept in his armchair before a dying fire, while another man sat in contemplation, watching the flames, thinking of wills and inheritances, of justice and mercy, of the way that small accidents can lead to profound consequences. Outside, the fog had lifted somewhat, revealing glimpses of London beyond, the sleeping city, the quiet, streets, the houses where people lay in bed dreaming their private dreams. Somewhere in that city, in a modest flat at 222 Baker Street, the Ashford family slept as well, secure in the knowledge that their troubles were approaching their end, that the future would offer them opportunity and stability, that the worst of their difficulties had passed. And in that same city, Mrs. Margaret Hutchins lay in her bed, perhaps not sleeping, but contemplating the strange turns that life took, the way that desperation could lead one astray, the surprising mercy of those one had wronged. She had her inheritance secure, her future assured, and the knowledge that her sister had understood her weakness even as she had sought to prevent it from causing lasting harm. The draft that had begun this entire affair still moved through the hidden vent connecting 221B to 222, a gentle circulation of air carrying the complex sense of two households, the sounds of sleeping people and dying fires, the accumulated atmosphere of a mystery solved and a justice achieved through understanding rather than harsh judgment. And in the morning, when Watson woke stiff in his armchair, he would find Holmes already awake, violin in hand, playing something soft and contemplative, a piece that spoke to resolution without triumph, to the complex satisfaction of a mystery solved through observation and compassion. The draft would still be there, a reminder of how accidents can transform lives, of how the simplest things can carry profound significance, of how justice and mercy, when combined with patience and wisdom, can create something that transcends mere resolution. They can create redemption. The fog would lift eventually, revealing London in all its complexity and contradiction. Life would continue its ordinary progress. The Ashfords would begin their work, Eleanor would pursue her education, Mrs. Hutchins would settle into her retirement with the knowledge that she was valued and understood. And at 221B Baker Street, two men would continue their quiet work, solving mysteries, seeking truth, demonstrating that understanding and compassion need not be sacrificed in the pursuit of justice. And the draft, that simple, persistent incursion of outside air, would continue its gentle work, a reminder that no door is ever entirely closed, no secret entirely safe, no mystery truly impenetrable, as long as there is someone patient enough and wise enough to follow the clues that fate and accident provide. Sleep came gently to Watson, and with it came dreams of fog and music, of mysteries solved and families restored, of the profound peace that comes when justice is finally achieved, not through vengeance but through understanding, not through punishment but through the recognition of human frailty and the capacity for redemption that lies within every person. The night deepened around them, London settled into its dreams, and in the sitting room of 221B Baker Street, two men found themselves, at rest, one in sleep, one in contemplation, satisfied with the work they had done, comfortable with the knowledge that they had done it well, and ready for whatever mysteries the morning might bring. The fire burned down to embers, and the stars beyond the fog looked down on a city where justice had been served, where mysteries had been solved, and where the draught, that simple, accident-born connection between two worlds, had revealed the profound truth that no person is ever truly isolated, that our actions ripple outward in ways we cannot always predict, and that the most powerful force in the world may well be not justice, but compassion, combined with the willingness to see beyond our own circumstances to understand the struggles of others. And with that understanding came peace, not the peace of victory, but the deeper peace of a mystery resolved, of a family restored, of the quiet satisfaction that comes from knowing that the world, if only for this small moment, has been set right. That's our story tonight. Are you drifting off beneath the moonlit rooftops of Lisbon, the warm ocean breeze of Cancun, the serene canals of Amsterdam, or the quiet hills of Edinburgh? If this tale brought you peace, like the episode and subscribe for more nights like this. Let the night cradle you. Let your dreams wander gently into the stars. Sleep gently now, wherever you are in this wide and wondrous world.